Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. We are into day 2 of the murder trial. He is on trial for the murder of his wife, Ana Walshe. Now he's already admitted to disposing of her body and lying to law enforcement. So he's already admitted that. He did that November 18th, but now he is on trial for the potentially the dismemberment. Well, actually taking her out and then the actual dispose. Well, he already pled guilty to disposing of her body. So how he got there, then there's that. So if you did not join us yesterday, welcome in. This happened January 1st of 2023. Ana is from Serbia, and she was a real estate. She was in hospitality at first when she came over to the United States in 2005. That she got into hospitality, and then she made her way into real estate, realtor. I think she was a manager, or she was managing several buildings for a pretty large firm in D.C., where she was splitting her time between Massachusetts, Boston area, and Cohasset specifically, and Washington D.C. Brian Walshe, however, was found guilty of basically being a con man. He committed fraud against another art dealer in France with Andy Warhol. Shadows, painting, I should say. That was in like 2015, I believe. 2016 is when that happened. I think he bought the painting in 2011, then he sold it. He tried to sell it as a fake in 2015, 2016. And he was facing 37 months and $450,000 restitution, 3 years probation. So he had that stress on top of what else was going on. So that's where we stand. We heard from only one witness yesterday, Sergeant Harrison Schmidt. Only one witness yesterday. So let's welcome in everybody as you guys get your seat. Kimber's first in chat. Snowstorm here in Seatown. Nuts working from home. Welcome in, Kimbers. Jenny Lynn is second. Sherry, good to see you. Allie B. Jennifer King and Brat, Marlene, Hector's mom, Teresa, good morning, good morning. Richard in the kitchen. You're going to be back at 9-ish, okay. Good luck with that. Kathy Davis, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Amy, hello, hello. 80s Music Man, good to see you. Leighton, WGWI, made it back. Enjoyed this group yesterday. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate that. Gordon, hello. Crazy Mary Jo parachuting in. Safe or soft landing, I should say. CJ says hello to you. Lynn and Barry, hope you're feeling better. Twinkle Bell, hello to you. Deviant, whose body did you dispose of, JRN, he's asking. Debbie Blair, good morning to you. Shirley Roth, going to make some coffee. Very good. Hello, Sharon. Jane, the jury is just going to have to put the pieces together from the evidence they found. Ooh, was that an attempt at humor? Inadvertently or advertently? Lori, good to see you. Kathy Smith, hello. Angelique, good to see you. Oh, Lynn and Lori, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you for your support, you guys. Appreciate it. See, I think I got everybody so far. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I think I've got you all so far. Let's be sure to hit the like button. I shall do the same for the stream. Let's see, we have a feed already, so let us get ourselves over here. Make sure we don't miss a moment in court. Just give me a moment here. And let's see. All right. Sarah says, it's cold. I need some hot hands and coffee. Yeah, you guys, I know it's cold. There's like, well, we as we left yesterday, there was potential snowstorm hitting Boston. Seems like the metro area and south is going to be mostly rain. The northwest part is going to be snow. So let me see if I can pull up a recent Boston weather. Let's see if there's any Boston weather. Here's 3 hours ago. All right, let's check this out. All right, so this is 3 hours ago. Let's check this out before we get started. Yeah, we're going through a little bit of rain right now ourselves. All right.
It's that rain and sloppy mix that we're bracing for impact from. Right now we have a few mixed showers, really light drops that are approaching the south coast. This is not the storm itself. The storm itself is still well to our west, but watch, if you head out toward western Massachusetts into Vermont, that's where we're seeing a few flakes flying. But the rain, snow, and mix arrives by late morning, and it sticks around and turns heavy this afternoon and evening. The next threat on our radar, bitter cold, wind chills near and below zero Friday morning. It's going to really feel like winter here with another potential for a rain snow mix, but this one looks like it's brushing our area heading into Saturday. Upper 20s to low 30s out the door right now. Clouds are filling in, hinting at what's to come. I would prepare for roads turning wet and snowy here as we move toward about 9-10 o'clock this morning. So if you're an early traveler, you'll be okay. Here we are at 10, and this is just starting to move toward the coastline in the form of rain for Boston, but for a little quick burst of snow elsewhere. Let's get toward that noon time frame. That's when we get into the heart of the storm. And it is heavy rainfall to the southeast, but it's snow as you move from Worcester northwest. And prepare for very heavy rain during the evening commute. This is +4. This is downpours moving in over southeastern Massachusetts as the wind picks up. Snow to the northwest, and eventually that snow does collapse, moving toward Boston, just outside of Boston, toward 128 as we approach 8 o'clock at night. But look at this. The storm is pulling away at the points. We're not talking about heavy snow on the back end, but certainly the chance for a few fresh 1 to 2 inches. And that is why we're looking at a slushy coating to 2 inches for areas just outside of Boston from 128 north and west. In Worcester County, 2 to 4 inches in Worcester itself, but I would say closer to 4 to 8 in northern Worcester County into the Worcester Hills, heading up into New Hampshire. If you're in Boston along the coastline in southeastern Massachusetts, it's rain and wind you want to prepare for. Wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles per hour as we move toward tonight. Next order of business is a cold front that's moving through on Thursday. I do think this will trigger a few light snow showers. Nothing that will actually stick, but it is going.
All right, so that doesn't seem too bad. I think they can handle that up in Boston area. I think they can deal with a coating to an inch or two. That's nothing. That's nothing. So, Leighton, thank you so much for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Welcome in, new members. Welcome in, and be sure to thank Leighton as you come on in. Appreciate that. Sparkling Princess, good morning to you. Paralegal Mandy. You're bummed you just got rain here too? Yeah, I think at this point, like right in December, you want it to be snowing. You know, you don't want the cold rain. I'd rather have snow than a cold rain. That would be my preference. I'd rather have oh, here we go. Looks like he's coming in. Yep. Bringing him in. They're punctual if nothing else, nothing less or nothing else. Yeah, I'd rather have snow than rain and cold rain, like 35-degree rain. Nope, I'd rather be 30 degrees in snow. Yeah, Jane, I'd rather have snow too than this mess in Georgia. I hear you. Sparkling Princess, have a little snow mixed with rain. Hey, Lily Wayne, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. And Amber, good to see you. Little Lulu, good morning. I'd rather have sun. Yeah, there you go. Of course. I'd rather have sun too. Sarah, yeah, you'd rather have snow. Amber, rather have snow. Yep. Mary, good morning from Galway. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'd rather have sun as well. But if it's going to be rain, and if it's going to be rain, I want it in the 50s and 60s at least. But if it's going to be like 35 or 40 degrees, nah, I'd rather just be snow. CJ says, thunderstorm just started. Oh boy. Yeah, those aren't good. BFM Cookies, I'd rather have 6 inches of snow than rain, slush than freezes every night. Right? I agree. Kathy, I'd like to place an order for sunshine, blue sky, 78 degrees. Yeah. Carol, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Julie, good morning from cold South Dakota. Yeah, I can believe that. Boston was supposed to get like 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. How is it out in the plains? Julie, are you guys getting gusty winds? There's Mom. There's Diane. There's Mama Walsh. Iowa backyard, snow and cold beats warm and mud. Cherry says, I lived in Olympia, Washington for quite some time, and the rain finally got to me, cold and wet with the dampness in the air all the time. Finally moved to San Diego. Nice, before moving back to Big Bear. Teresa, time to break out the flannel. Yep. Hey, Edward, good morning to you. Gordon, sunny, cold, and dry in County Durham, UK. Yes, Deviant, yes. Well, I don't know if she's scary. She's serious, that's for sure. She's definitely serious. We'll go with that. Carlite Angel, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. It is windy. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. Amber, that's the mom. That's Mama Walshe. That's Brian Walsh's mother, Diane. Aussie, good day to you. Thank you for joining us. All right, here we go.
Be careful with sound session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
You are in continuation of the case on trial of Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, criminal indictment 2023-0091. Counsel, please once again identify yourselves in court and record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porteous on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant. Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor. We entered 5 stipulated exhibits of banking records, and so I'm prepared if you would like those for your own record keeping, but they are up here. They've been stipulated to, and then
They relate to the stipulation from yesterday regarding banking records or something different?
they relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the next 5 exhibits.
All right, that's fine.
And then
Where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
The next one for ID is I.
Aye.
But these remain as exhibits.
these went as exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be
Thank you
62.
for the clarification. So these 5 went in for as exhibits what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56 is Apple Credit Union. 57 is Barclays / JetBlue credit card. 58 is Leader Bank. 59 is JP Morgan Chase.
Hold on.
Certainly.
I'm caught up, yep.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union. 61 is Fidelity.
Okay. So we start on 62 for today,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I for identification today is our starting point. Okay?
And Your Honor, after this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes, I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right, can I have that from either the clerk or the court reporter? D for ID. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And from the defense, anything this morning before we bring the jury in?
Just briefly at sidebar, Your Honor.
Sure.
So real quick, hey, C. Gilmore, good morning to you. Brat, good to see you. Carol, I wanted to pull up your comment about, do I still think, where is it? Do I still think the jury will find him not guilty? And I replied, I said, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of times where I feel like, no, this is, you're going to be guilty, no problem, or you're going to be not guilty. This one, only because of Robert Durst. Only because Robert Durst went on the stand, fully admitted to chopping up his neighbor, all this stuff, and the jury found him not guilty. So, I don't know. I personally wouldn't. I think I don't buy the sudden death syndrome, and then in a fit of frantic. I don't even know what they were saying yesterday. He was frantic. So then he chops up his wife and lies to the police and takes her around town and incinerates her. I mean, I'm not buying it. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Ultimately, we'll have to see what if he takes the stand. It seems like he has to at this point, because his Lipton or Tipton. I'm sorry, I keep saying Lipton. Tipton was saying all kinds of things that only Brian Walshe would know. So if they're going to have any kind of defense, he's going to have to take the stand. I mean, he's going to have to take the stand to tell his side of the story, and then we'll have a perfect episode for the ego. But am I feeling more or less confident that he'll be found guilty? I guess maybe a little bit more confident. I still want to hear, of course, I want to hear his side of the story, but I'm just not buying that Ana just passed away suddenly. He's poking her, prodding her. She falls out of the bed. That just seems, that just doesn't seem right. CJ says, did Durst get away with the red rum of the lady friend of his? I have season 2. Do you want me to tell you? Because that one was actually streamed. We may do a rewatch of that one, because I think he takes the stand on that one as well. We could do a rewatch of that, because that one he did, that was streamed. Iowa Backguard, did Durst lie to police at the beginning? I don't remember now. That's been so long. It's been so long since I've watched that. I don't know. No problem, Carol. Yeah, no problem. Sounds like a kindergarten tale. Yeah, I'm not buying it. But I want to hear where she disappeared to, Jennifer. Yeah, I mean, don't the kids deserve that at least? And the family, his sister and mom. Hey, Pammy. Good morning to you. Sparkling Princess, I mean, how can he not? Yeah, he has to explain something after his lawyer said what he didn't open. I totally agree with you. Crazy Mary Jo, good to see you. Thank you for coming in, and have a seat. Let's see. Lily Wayne, in my opinion, he should be found guilty. If he's not guilty, does that make it okay for others to do that because he got off so wrong to me? Yeah, no, I agree. Same with Robert Durst. I thought Robert Durst, hey, you admitted dismembering this person and disposing of them? Guilty.
Yes, I am.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Morning.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons having to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, brought near, give your attendance and shall be heard. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Hope you had a good night. Jurors will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you stayed away from all social media and or news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered by in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
More than that, so.
Was the woman on the very...
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was her scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know which one. Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday the 30th when she landed, she told you that she had a work that she was going to go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday, and she was. I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see. Here's the thing. She sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd. But I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing is a bit. I mean, it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas, when I was talking to Jem's like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. I was like, all right, all I did was further confirm that, I got to get to see the kids. We've got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family, and that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
So did Ana ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out, and she had said she had already booked flights for January, but we were supposed to talk about that. And then she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight for Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. That she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, leave Tuesday, and maybe try to leave. Maybe say an extra day, so she was offering 4 or 5 days. which is again, was normal when she said, I'm going to take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I'm going to stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I'm going to have more time. And it seemed like she was having less and less time.
Okay. On New Year's Eve with Jem,
yes.
Was Jem aware that she had to leave in the morning?
No.
Did, why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to, most likely just to enjoy the, time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so. And we hadn't seen him in person.
Were you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, the assumption or story I in my head was that she was leaving on Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early it would be Monday.
Yeah, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised. She's like, I gotta go.
Okay. So, what were your plans on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to be the same stuff. The only difference is that she might have come up with me to see my mother, possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something, like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, and I don't have to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that.
Oh, good, thank you.
I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Bella. She's like, he says, can't be my friend. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she brought it up, she did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
Okay.
You said he couldn't be a friend?
He texts on New Year's Eve saying friendship is over or something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Ana say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not going to listen to this. And that's actually also put her on the phone upstairs shortly after.
She didn't tell you problems?
I think she understood it. I think he was saying that, I haven't even seen you for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit. I mean, it's not the relationship I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to a child, just by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years. So just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, let's say it's 10 or 15, and then she I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was Thomas came down at one point in the home?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh yeah, Thomas went to bed at he went to bed and then he came over at 9 or 10 or something. I think Ana took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Will Fasto. So that was when that's when the photo was taken about. So it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on a bedstand.
In your room?
Or my room now.
With the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in the ceiling tile drawer. on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up. She brought it up to me and Jen at the time. So, I mean, that was something, not normal, but.
Yeah, to kind of cut us off.
Sorry about that.
No problem. You had said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time, but we had options and stuff. So.
Was the nanny coming over Sunday, the last thing? Was that?
No. The nanny was going to come over anyways because I was going to go. I set everything up in advance because I was going to have to go take my mother. So I wanted the nanny here. I didn't know what it was going to look like and what Anna was going to want to do and things like that. So also, if I was going to see my mother, I was going to take the kids somewhere. And then we're going to meet up later. But because I've so little time outside of the house, when I do try to take most of it as a family and get everything done, I would say we would do.
You mentioned having options on New Year's.
Yeah, because I had the time to go see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something, with her, with the family. We had those options were available to us, which like today they would not be, right? Because I don't have any time.
You guys had an argument after she said she home early?
No, we didn't have an argument. I was a bit taken by surprise. Not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep. And I was like, well, hold on. And she's like, I have to get up early, Brian. I have to go tomorrow. And I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And then she said, I said I might have to leave early. I said I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve. So I wasn't going to make the same 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day, because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday. We were talking about that.
If the kids took her phone and they didn't honor, how would she contact someone for a ride?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave. I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put Lyft on there. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was, and we didn't have this phone at the time. So we had phones in the house.
Did you use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably would be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know how to. The only thing I saw was one phone, and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her, but she programmed all of these.
How did Thomas get his phone?
I think my mother bought it on I forget when we got the phone, because she had to get the phone or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything, so it probably came here on she probably brought it on the 2nd or something. Everything came on the 2nd.
When you didn't have your phone, when you sent those emails, those 3 emails?
Yeah.
What were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
If I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
We all have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir. No. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really I bothered Tracy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her, and what would it, I mean, I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. I mean, to take that away from them. I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not. You'd never do anything that hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to, and you know, we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
Her leaving very early, maybe angry?
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then you know, I realized I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too, and it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys. I was always dealing with the boys. But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC. Just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
You know, I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, you know, and she was under a lot of pressure. Doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. I mean, you know, maybe the country house like in Bela in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time imagining it.
Does she have any other identifications?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian, international identification cards. One with Lubic, one with NIP. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't even know if the date is on them or the proper date of their.
Other than Serbia, any other ties internationally in the country she visit, or family or good friends?
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France, which she speaks perfect French. But she doesn't have any family, or if she has a friend there, I don't know if he's still there, Julianne. But other than that would be it. And then we have DC and Boston. Sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader.
You should have international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding, yes.
Okay. Do you know what time?
Stuff like that,
That's definitely one in play, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not cancelled or adjusted.
There is a chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. Because when she doesn't call, she does something, they do it online, like online messaging.
Oh, they should probably go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat. Yeah. So that's so she could be doing that and feeding the kids or something like that. But a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back. Or
I'm not talking about like an email back. We're talking about it's a live chat.
Yeah. So sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like they're like, we'll just come in and change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she was always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with the card, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter are different. So yeah, she never called them.
What about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know. but Ana was talking about making some, so I don't know if she did it or not. Like, I haven't checked, I haven't looked for anything on Open Table or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look.
And then,
Because last year we went the whole family, we did go to brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
so normally is like a bigger scheduled plan for New Year's.
Right, but I mean, this year things were up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it a normal Thursday request? Or
No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9.
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have had brunch, but it was good. That's
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No, well, sort of left, but no.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was only twice. She did that twice. That's the only. Everything else we would do together, or people would come to the house. The time together was very important for us.
Are you both friends in the area?
Peter Kirby.
Do you think we should speak to as far as if we ran her well, that she was close with in the past?
Peter Kirby. They were in the same leadership school together 3 years ago, and he lives with his wife and John Marshall. They've been calling for support. Jim Mulu, who's here, obviously, is a family friend, and someone who is, obviously loves Ana very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Ana's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. I mean, you're gonna have to obviously keep up the dialogue and back and forth as you're getting told and follow-up questions. You can imagine, as we continue
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, let me get that going. But I think she sent it to me. What was it? Could this be it?
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and then for the past week, and that'll help us know travel and stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom? Or
we got to jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We got how much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
Very through.
Oh, okay. So just okay.
We'll give y'all December. We'll give y'all. We're not gonna.
That's
easier. Just they come in a month.
Whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's. You know how it is. Some of them start December 10th.
If you have any statements, so progress that comes in.
Yeah, so will I. But I don't think they do anything.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Ana. She does everything online.
Ana's cousin, the one with the
Milan?
land dispute concern.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was going to ask his name. Last name?
Lubicic.
Has he ever contacted you?
No.
Um,
I think he does speak English, though.
So you said there was a conflict is that?
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've known Ana, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Ana's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here, and then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. Then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth, and then just this Thanksgiving, they basically dissolved the deal. So they had a deal that took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform. They're not to split.
So aside from that, and the from is there any business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people have asked me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Ana. I mean, everyone loves Ana. She's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? Love Ana. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that. Honestly, that would be upgraded to anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners and current partners? Anybody that would be upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, who about the guy in LA?
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah. Well,
a civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
Okay.
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reads any.
Okay, yeah, I don't
understand somebody suing you.
Yeah. But Ana too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Ana as well, and he called Ana during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that would.
We have the name just.
Yeah. What is it? Ron
The gallery
thing. But he had Ron Rivlin. Yeah. But he did call. He called Ana, and he brought her into the case.
What did he say? What called?
Well, he sent her threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
About that, the criminal stuff started.
That's right when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who certainly I have a different situation. So him and there's Jung and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean he's son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jung Lee.
It's another person involved in it. They're getting restitution and everything.
Also, Jung could care less. Yeah.
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, saying that honor do we.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Jung Lee is and what was the other name you said?
or the other person who Arno, who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar separated.
Separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players, and Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife, and did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like most of the people you want to know,
Right.
I understand that. Some of those people may be very far-fetched and do have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty. I mean, he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some about it,
We're
in any like context, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
What was that, a truck was here last night? With out-of-state place? Was that a visitor or? What time did he arrive last night?
Abdel, yeah, he was. It was late. Yeah, I called you late, so you must have died.
And how long was he here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly. But he went. But at one point, he brought James Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which was weird. And then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids or to Zach, the kids from. But
I'm hearing a lot. I'm talking with Anna's friends and real mentors and leadership. What exactly is going on with these groups that you guys are part of?
yeah, so how to explain? It was something called Boston Breakthrough Academy, and it was it was a leadership training program, and we formed pretty close relationships there, and we, as I said, that we raised a lot of money through our community service projects each, from Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated in February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And, you said that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
okay,
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Okay. Adele is a member of that?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
James Ryan.
James Ryan, no.
I thought it said
A mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When was that? How much of that leadership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The last time she was like
part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
Okay. All right.
But, Jen, Alyssa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training.
Yeah.
But if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate. Anything from the pool today?
No.
Very dirty pool.
Okay. It is 15:36. Sherman.
Your Honor,
Yes.
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
Sure. So, George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree with them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Ana Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us. Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Ana Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Ana Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account richardwalker9984@gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari.
And what is his relationship to Ana Walshe?
A previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information? Where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Ana Walshe's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of a Nip, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Ana Walshe, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seem to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and I had indicated to the counsel, now indicate to you on the record, certain financial records that the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as Exhibit 56. 61, they comprised records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity records. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
11:13 on Sunday the 8th. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
David Chico, Trooper, Norfolk DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Moss.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you see the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom was in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe it was by the nail salon that on 92. Jersey was there.
What road would that be on?
By Kathmandu Coffee Shop.
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It was probably the alcoholic wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called.
Okay. And the method of payment?
Cash. Okay.
And the time that you would have been there?
7?
About 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking for Alcohol for the children.
Okay.
Because we're
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
after 11:30, yes. But
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely. It gets dark out, so like.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. You think it was before 6:30?
I don't.
Okay.
So
So
it could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than that CVS and Danny's?
That was the only place I went. And the whole food.
And you went there
Earlier.
no.
Yeah. I've been going to Walgreens. Anytime I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. That would be trying to get some.
And on the 2nd, the only place you went was the press. On the 2nd. May I have a look at that? Check, shows, press. Okay. And then eBay. Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. And you've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Okay. Now on previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve and spent some time with you and John and Anna, and then you'd gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10, 30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can come by the photo that was sent by Anna. We'll give it a more exact time.
Okay. Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones and the firefighters, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have in there is Apple, except Anna's work computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, your account in the morning. You said that Anna 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? Breakfast.
That's correct.
Right. So. The iPad mini is querying the kind of best ways to dispose of the body.
54
In the morning.
I don't. I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well, Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually. I mean, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
Yeah.
He's,
He does not have the.
is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, no, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's as a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6
exactly.
is obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old who, there's no.
Obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches on that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of the body in the trash, how to stop a body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I don't
So you're not using that iPad?
No, sir. I mean, only to get it for his speaking meetings.
Okay. On 11/6, right?
That's what I believe, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Anna is gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, and so on and so forth.
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. Wet saw dismember a body, things of that nature. Just time frame.
It is 11/21, still January 8th, 2023. Turning off the report.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes.
About what time?
About 4 p.m.
And where was that?
At Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
Around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset?
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you doing? So what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet.
Where are your feet located?
At the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Ana Walshe on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And, Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Turdor Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Ana Walshe or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of J.P. Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Ana Walshe.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Ana Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page 7. Sir, with infidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Ana Walshe.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Ana Walshe.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
Can you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please? I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Aubuchon Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
A cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what was the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding.
An understanding of what?
Of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made?
Yes.
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh, do they?
Correct.
And, for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin, where'd you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No.
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
Can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Ana Walshe being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct? That was just read to the jury about the federal case. That was the same case, wasn't it?
Correct.
About involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you about it.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes.
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
Yes.
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
Yes, I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew, and the detectives knew, early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recorder, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis? Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Those... Okay?
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, please.
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously. So, let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is, at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency, and when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, and you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheathing.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized. It was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheeting that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheathing that matched the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau, or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell down, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for?
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question, do you know, sir, if the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize. Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all of that. You went down into the basement?
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there.
I did.
And you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
With your boot. And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags and using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces in them.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
Okay. And, of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case today?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice. One on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminals from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than 1 day, went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall. Likely.
Well, do you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated, in part, that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay, and when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Ana Walshe, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Ana Walshe and one person named William Fasto. Correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Ana Walshe and William Fasto.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
Okay. And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade Messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those Messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook?
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
Messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about Messenger, you're talking about messengers? The format used
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walsh saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Ana Walshe and William Fastow, aren't you?
Correct.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and if I go withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present with others, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Well, sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Pacheco, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Ana may be friends with in D.C., and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fastow, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fastow sold the $1 million townhouse to Ana Walshe and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fastow, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fastow, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Ana Walshe might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so, anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training and experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
In any event, you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Ana and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fastow in the context of anybody that she may know, Ana, may know in the D.C. area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Ana missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Ana. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back. Sorry about that.
I'm
Or
sorry.
new question.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Could I hear that? No. If I was supposed to.
Maybe the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe him.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him, and I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay. But regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room, so keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Standing, face the clock for me.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and I'm a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Cellbrite classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
And Cellbrite is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes. Cellbrite, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes, CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract devices. Cellbrite Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get, and also CAF, which is Cellbrite Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour, week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So jurors, we're going to take the morning break and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, support, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
anyone need anything before I step off the bench? Seeing nothing, have a good break.
All rise.
She said a 20 to 30 minute break. What the heck? 20 to 30 minutes? What is wrong with these people? Sorry. All right. I guess I can go slow on my my recap then. Well, looks like he's not going to go anywhere. Is he going to stay there? She did say 20 to 30 minutes, right? Did you guys hear that too? Let me rewind, make sure I got that right. That just seems like a really long time to break. 20 to 30 minutes.
Sure.
20 to 30 minutes. Yikes. They're there for 2 hours and they take a half-hour break. Wow. Right? Super long break. Lunch is usually at 1, and then they break at... So lunch is from 1 to 2, and then they leave at 4. And I don't think they get an afternoon break. So... I think, and they may send them home early, depending on the storm. She may send them home. All right. No, it's not lunch. No, CJ, that's the thing. JMS, I don't get this long break unless a juror requested it. I don't know. Bathroom lines must be long. Gina says, yeah. Now I'm getting a little sniffly here too. Ugh. Ah. All right. So they go from 9 to 4. They break for lunch from 1 to 2. Yesterday, they did not have an afternoon break. They got back at 2 and they went straight to 4. So no afternoon break. I'm a fan of like the 15-minute breaks. Not a fan of half-hour breaks. That's just too long. Anyway, and with all the weather coming in, she may send them home early. Who knows? And then we saw Gigi was saying that they're off on Friday. Or no, they leave at 1 on Friday. So I don't know if that's every Friday or if that's just special to this Friday. So Snow Caddish says it's the number of available toilets available versus 16-person jury. Yeah, I guess. Jenny, it's nasty here in Lake George. Yeah, I'm going to sneeze again. I don't know. All of a sudden I'm all kind of sneezy. It's not even raining. Lacey, hey, good to see you. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate that. Member for 10 months. Gordon, right? No wonder they wanted 4 weeks, right? Man, I'm sorry for being so sniffly. Sorry. Oh, good, Clarinet. I was wondering, Clarinet girl, I was wondering what the makeup was. So 9 women, 7 men. All right. All right. Recap. All right. Sergeant Harrison Schmidt, lead investigator. So they, at the very beginning and top of the stream, top of the day, the state stipulated 5 bank records. So then they ultimately brought those bank records in. So the interview continued. So Brian Walsh talks about Friday, the flight coming into Boston. Anna told Brian about a return to D.C. on January 3rd. Nanny was coming over because he was going to see his mom. Let's see. Anna says, I have to go to sleep because I need to get up early. That's when, that was New Year's Eve night. Well, New Year's Eve, yeah. The night of, I guess maybe that's why he went downstairs to clean up. I'm not sure about that. He said they had arguments. He was asked, did you guys have arguments? Did you have an argument, I should say? And he said, we had one around Thanksgiving and Christmas. Because remember, she wasn't there. She wasn't there for Thanksgiving. She was in Dublin for Thanksgiving, and Christmas Eve and Christmas, I can't remember. She must have been in D.C., I guess. Or maybe she was I don't think she was in Serbia. I think that was all Thanksgiving. He said, so he didn't want to have another one. So he said they argued Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve, so he didn't want to have another one for New Year's. they asked him about how did she call a taxi, and he says, well, if the kids took her phone and hid it, how could she call for a ride? Well, she would use my phone. He says Ana loved her job and her family. He says she's a language expert and she speaks French fluently. He said there was a conflict with Milan, which I guess is the cousin. We heard about that earlier. Yeah, we didn't argue because we already reached our quota, Brad says, right? Let's see. So this conflict with Milan, who is the cousin. So 2 generations ago, which would have been her grandmother, Ana's grandmother and her grandmother's sister bought land in Serbia, and he says now it's worth a lot of money. So then the audio kind of ends after that. Then they talk to Sergeant Schmidt. They talk about this email from a Richard Walker 9984 Gmail account. We have Ana here, and unless we receive $127,000, she isn't coming back. That's such a specific amount, $127,000. And at first, now, he's saying that came in January 7th. He wasn't arrested until the 8th. So then on cross, Mr. Tipton saying that came in February. So that's kind of weird. That doesn't make sense, but we'll continue on. We'll get to that. Just remember that. January 7th, this email from Richard Walker comes in. I'm like, ooh, a ransom note. Another email has a photo that isn't Ana, came from iStock. So the Richard Walker Gmail, they get a search warrant, and the IP locates to Nigeria, of course. Why does it always go back to Nigeria? It's so bizarre. Then the state stipulates Brian didn't send that email. Okay, not a big deal. They talk about Viber and WhatsApp. That was mentioned in Brian's testimony. Then they say Abdul was a previous coworker of Ana's. They bring that name in. The dog barking. Yes, there was a dog in the crate. We had no issues with the dog while he was there. He says he was inundated with messages and tips after a January 6th press conference because he was the lead. Then we get to missing persons flyer that's shown. Then they talk about NIP, K-N-I-P-P, and Lubitschek. That's her maiden name. Then they talk about the search warrant. They talk about the search warrant for January 8th. And his attorney, Miss Minor, is there. Attorney Minor is there. Then this next interview is played, and that Trooper Proctor. I thought he was in a different troop, whatever. I didn't think that he was part of this. I know they mentioned his name in pre-trials. I did not know that he was actually a part of the interview. So anyway, he's there at this interview. They talk about alcoholic wipes. Why'd you buy them? I think he said he was looking for Tylenol, or no? Oh, his attorney Minor says, you told me you were looking for Tylenol or something like that. Thomas spent time with them New Year's Eve around 10 o'clock. Ana took and sent a photo. Then they get into these searches. About 454 search. And we can look at that again. Let's look at the search again. All right, let's get the search again. So here's his search. Among other things. Let's go back to his search. So they get into that. Oh, they said 455, but they said 454 search. He's like, I don't know about that. He says, I don't use that iPad. Thomas uses that iPad. So at first we're like, but then Mr. Tipton comes in and says, well, it's sunk to the cloud, or he's using another device and it syncs to that iPad. So in fact, he was telling the truth, I guess, where he didn't use Thomas's iPad. All right. But look at some of these searches. They talk about some of these searches. How long before a body starts to smell? He doesn't say how long, he says how long. And then a couple minutes later, how to stop a body from decomposing. And then another 25 minutes later, how to embalm a body. And then another 20 minutes or so. 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really want to. 6:25. How long for someone to be missing to inherit? Can you throw away body parts? They mentioned that. What does formaldehyde do? Can identification be made on partial remains? Dismemberment and the best way to dispose of a body. That's at 11:30. How long does DNA last? He's searching for how to clean blood from a wooden floor. Luminol to detect blood. What happens if you put body parts in ammonia? Is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or to wash them? That should say, or wash them. Hacksaw, best tool for dismemberment. To dismemberment. Now remember, this was January 2nd. Right? He's looking up hacksaws. Oops, I got that twice. Oop. See, there's a good example of oop. I just have that. We have that twice. 114, can you identify a body with broken teeth? That's the one that always, I don't like that one. That one always I'm not a fan of that one. That's not. Why are you searching for how to identify a body with broken teeth? That one makes me, I don't like that one. What happens to hair on a dead body? I don't like any of them, but that one definitely is like, now here's January 3rd. Now we're into January 3rd. What is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? And then finally, can baking soda make a body smell good? So those are some of his searches. And let's not forget he bought $450 worth of $450 worth of cleaning supplies and stuff. Let's not forget that. Just make sure I'm live. Okay. Cleaning supplies, tarps, hacksaw, hammers, all kinds of stuff, Sparkling Princess, I know what you mean. Sounds extra horrible thinking about the teeth. Yeah. Psychosaurus, how are you? Welcome in. Sparkling Princess, who the hell would think something could make a body smell good? I know, right? Gordon, teeth phobia. And the 6-year-old searched all of that. Well, let's get now we know. Well, initially we thought yes, but now under cross, let's get to cross because we still have 15 minutes. All right, so dozen of searches on January 1st. We're told to him, he's like, how do you explain that? He's like, I don't have any idea. So now he's saying, I don't have any idea. But Thomas uses the iPad. So yeah, I guess ultimately, yeah, he is. He's kind of blaming. He is blaming his son. Is the 6-year-old named Dexter? Thomas and William are the two names I've gotten so far. All right, so then they go back to so he denies those searches. And a 6-year-old wouldn't even know like half of those words. Or even the concept of baking soda and that broken teeth. What 6-year-old has a concept of broken teeth, aside from decomposition and everything else. All right, so they go back to the police station. He was arrested at Attorney Minor's house. So he was arrested on the 8th. Then they show his hands. He's got a slice on the thumb. If that's a paper cut, that's a pretty hefty paper cut. That was pretty hefty. Seems more like a knife to me. I've gotten paper cuts before, and that one seemed really. I didn't take a picture of it, but it seemed pretty deep to me. All right, then they go to 2 dumpsters on from Paradise Road, and now they say Peabody. Now I say Peabody, right? Peabody, but they say Peabody. So how do you guys pronounce Peabody? Is it Peabody or Peabody? I thought that was interesting the way they say Peabody. And then Lieutenant Tully, he took part in the trash bag search. We know that name. So we got Proctor, Tully, DeChico, Guarino, all these characters in the play that is Karen Reed. Then we go to items from the trash search: black boots, black purse, black jacket, Anna's COVID ID card. You say P Biddy? P Biddy? Sparkling Princess? Yeah, it's Peabody. Isn't there an award, the Peabody Award? I never heard of it said Peabody. But they also say Worcestershire. Instead of Worcester or Worcestershire, Worcester. Worcester, right? It's Worcester. Peabody. Bizu, you say Peabody, Psychosaurus rex, Peabody. It obviously is a very, Peabody. It's obviously a very colloquial, very specific, geolocated way to say it, you know. Like I grew up east of Cleveland, so I say Cuyahoga, and there were people saying, no, it's Cuyahoga. No, it's Cuyahoga. I know we got in when Bianca Ellis was being streamed, we're like, no, it's Cuyahoga, not Cuyahoga. Even though Chrissy Hines says Cuyahoga, it's Cuyahoga. Yes, Worcester is Worcester. And don't even get me started on Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. It's Worcester, so you say Worcester. Yeah, Worcester. So the CE is just completely gone. So Worcester. And the R. So the RCE is just completely gone. Interesting. Yeah, you'll never understand our accent, Mr. Peabody, but the town of Peabody. That's funny. Peabody was a cartoon scientist. Yes, you're right. Yes, I remember that. The great pecan or pecan. I know. Worcester. We say Worcester for Worcester, right? Watch your sister sauce. right. Warsh or wash, right? Warsh, not wash. Warsh your sisters. Warsh your sister. Right, yeah. Pecan pie or pecans. Pecan pie, pecan. I guess I go with pecan. Pecan pie. It's like aunt and aunt. Do you say aunt or do you say aunt? Tomato. I don't know anybody that says tomato. Oh, how about the British with oregano or oregano? Don't even get me started with that. Oregano or same with aluminum. They say aluminium instead of aluminum. Aluminium. Oregano versus oregano. It's just a complete disaster out there. All right, let's continue on. So then they showed bank statements from January 31st. Oh, they showed a lot of bank statements. Barclays, JetBlue was $839 overdrawn. That's a lot. It's a lot. Considering it ends up, she has $117,000 plus $93,000. She's got like almost $200,000 in stocks and investments, and they have $839 overdrawn. What are you guys doing? JetBlue card had a balance of $2,100. There's no activity on that card after December 31st. Let's see. Then they get to the Leader bank statement. Their mortgage was only $842 on a condo. They had a condo, and their mortgage was only. I'm like, wow, $842. That's pretty cheap. Hey, Seagate, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Then they get to this rewards card, IMG or IHG. It has a $2,600 balance. Liberty Bay Credit Union statement has a $3,300 balance. Okay, then here's the Fidelity. So she has two accounts. One's an IRA, $93,615. Then she has another one, not an IRA. I think it's just stocks, $117,719. So she's got $200,000, connected to her. That's pretty decent. I would take that. Then the stipulation is read that May 11th, 2018, Brian Walsh was arraigned on wire fraud and conducting unlawful monetary transaction. The government was seeking 30 to 37 months, and I'm pretty sure they ended up with 37 months, and then $475,000 in restitution. Yeah, right, Iowa, that is a cheap, but it's a condo. So does that make any difference? I don't know. 842 is higher than my mortgage. Oh, that's lucky you. Lucky you. I haven't paid that little rent since $750 or $650, $750 when I was in New York in 1992 and 3. I was paying $750 for a one bedroom, and that was a steal. All right. All right. Then we get to Cross. All right. So this is interesting. Cross was interesting. Mr. Tipton is very, very dramatic. He walks around. He does a lot of loud speaking. Very, very, very gregarious presentation. So records show automatic payments, and they're not withdrawals by Brian. Records weren't physically in Brian's possession. I wouldn't expect them to be in his. Wouldn't expect him to have printouts. in this day and age of digital. Brian was honest as far as the Warhol fraud. Richard Walker emails occurred after Brian was in custody. February 2nd was the second one. I'm sorry, February 10th was the second one. So the first one was the 7th. So he wasn't arrested until the 8th. So that's where there's somebody's not telling the truth. Because on direct, they said the first email came in from Richard Walker on the 7th. Brian's not arrested until the 8th. So somebody's not being truthful with us. The searches were, okay, here's where it gets interesting on cross. The searches were synced to iPad, but were not on the device itself. Brian never used his son's iPad to do the searches. So that definitely, and Brett and I were talking about that in chat. So it's a level, it's degrees of being a monster. Okay, I made these searches, but I'm not going to pin it on my 6-year-old son. So does that make any difference? He's still making these searches, but it's not as bad, I guess. Defense is saying, well, hold on. He didn't use his son's iPad to make these searches. He can't be that terrible. But I thought that was an interesting point. I'll give a check for Mr. Tipton on that point. That is important, I guess. Then they talk about this hole in the ceiling. It was seen on January 5th. He says he wasn't surprised by seeing it, but the tile was in a bottom drawer in the nightstand, and apparently this ceiling tile got pulled out long before January 1st. Brian states he was in the attic walking around, but he doesn't know why. Brian showed him the tiles that were in the nightstand, and there was nothing to note on them. Then they talk about the basement insulation that was pink as well. Brett, you had a pretty good funny there. If the insulation is pink, you must acquit. I thought that was a pretty good one. Nothing to note in the pool after they drained it. No, nothing there. He wasn't aware of the Facebook messages between Ana and William Fausto. And we are going to hear from Fausto. We heard yesterday that the state said we are going to hear from Fausto, I think on Thursday. I think they said Thursday we're going to hear from the paramour, Mr. William Fausto. And then right now there was no redirect. And then Trooper Nicholas Guarino, digital forensics, basically the cell phone Celebrite expert. So that's where we go. Kathy, your mortgage payment just raised to $468. It's been under $450, but mortgage is supposed to never change. Oh, I guess because your taxes changed. Because a mortgage should never change. Right? Isn't that the whole point of it? JMS, yes, Thursday. Thank you for confirming my suspicions. Sharon, Mexico normal rent goes for $500 to $800 for a couple months with one baby, or loaners, but bigger is more. Yeah, you're lucky. And that's Mexico City, or is that just Mexico? Oh, Kathy, 3 years till payoff. Nice. You have to have a mortgage burning party. I remember when my parents paid off their mortgage. I must have been a teenager at that point. And I'm pretty sure they burned it. I'm pretty sure they burned it. Sherry, look forward to hearing the officer about the cell stuff. Absolutely. Or this reminds you of the Jennifer Dulles case. I don't know. Not sure if I'm familiar with that one. Paramour, yes, great word. P. Cooper. I think that's what they're calling him. I mean, I do like that word. It's a great word, but I'm pretty sure that's what they're calling him. The paramour. Bubbaloo, good to see you. Do we know yet the significance of the ceiling hole? It seems like it was a nothing burger. Seems like there was nothing to note. The detective said he saw it, not a big deal. He was shown the ceiling tile that was in the nightstand, and he's like, there was nothing, no evidentiary value was. So doesn't seem like there was any significance as far as this investigation is concerned, other than it's just odd. Laurie, her body was never found either. Okay, gotcha. Crazy Mary, we have variable rate mortgages, cost crash of, yeah, we're fixed. We got a fixed rate. I never mess with a variable. I would never, ever mess with a variable. I want fixed. I want to know exactly what I'm paying from now until the day I die, other than taxes. Taxes will change, but I want my mortgage to always be the same. Let's see. Yeah, the whole is it seems to be a nothing burger. Taxes and insurance changes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Jennifer, why is he tripping on the messages versus why is he tripping on iMessenger versus iMessages? Yeah, he was kind of going on and on about that. That Brian did know or didn't know the difference between Facebook message and direct message, I guess. It had to do with the William Fausto. Because they were messaging each other, I think. I think it had to do with if Brian knew, it would go to him, his motive of him being jealous of her affair. I think that's why they were asking him if Brian knew, or if they were asking the sergeant if Brian knew what the difference was. I think they were just kind of going with, going to like motive, you know, Brian knew, to confuse the jury, sure. Yeah, absolutely. MLC says 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,200 square feet, 400,000 goes up quickly from there. It's all about location, right? They always say location, location, location. Oh, you know what? One of these, the next time we break, maybe next time we break, I'm gonna show their house. Allie B sent me their house, so we can take a look at their house. We can do that at another break. Hey, Siggy. Am I saying it, Siggy? Siggy, how are you? Iowa, you have a 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 14-car garage. Wow. That's a lot. 14 cars. That's a lot. All right. Looks like they're coming back. All right. That was literally a half hour. All right. I'm going to go take a quick break myself. I will be back momentarily.
This location.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Greeno, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor. Numbers 63 through 78. So, court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Greeno, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So,
Trooper Greeno, can you explain that, please?
Yes. So the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it was the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and that has an alarm on the door, so only select few can get in there, so we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a 3rd computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves.
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants, and once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003, it's an extra 0, _1, showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
To show that the phone is the passcode, it's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
N78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you see is pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
And did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use Gray Key, so we have to use, I use Celebrate Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we have.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walsh residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range, sorry about that, what was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics, Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yeah, so Apple products save to a Knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that Knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
So that binder contains his search history. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of history. I missed the date range though. Let me go back and listen to the date range. What was the date range? December 25th to January 8th. December 25th to January 8th. That's a lot of searching. I mean, I would do the same, but I guess it's all of his searching versus just specific to. Yeah, I mean that's really not that. That's like 2 weeks. Yeah, I would probably have the same amount, especially doing what we do. I think in one day I probably search that much, depending on the case. I think it depends on your job, right, Aussie? How much can he search, or how can he search that much? I have a reason. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I'm trying to think even before we had Trial TV Live. Yeah, I would search maybe 10 times a day, 10, 15 times a day, depending on what it is. But you're right, it's usually work related. For me, it's like 95% work related. Unless I'm in a conversation with somebody and I want to look up information. Hey, Anthony, hello to you. Sparkling Princess, 9 to 10 definitely doesn't equal that binder, though. Well, it was 2 weeks, right? 25th to the 8th would be like about 2 weeks, a little bit over 2 weeks, right? 7 would be the second. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks worth of searching. Yeah. Gordon, there was a time before Trial TV Live? I know. Believe it or not. And believe it or not, I had a life before Trial TV Live. Oh. Well, I have to say it stopped raining here. It's not as gloomy. It's still a little cloudy, but clouds are breaking up. Looks like some sunshine looks like the cool front has come through. Although we're not supposed to cool down until tomorrow. So we have to wait for the air to come filtering down from the the tundra, frozen tundra, the wasteland, the hinterlands of the north. They're taking a while to look at that binder. Well, hi. What's up, buddy? Cruise by, little Roger Federer cruise by. What's up? What's up, kiddo? Teresa, right. What's a cool down? Yeah, we don't call them cold fronts. We just call them cool fronts. I think we're going to be 67 or 8 tomorrow. We're going to be in the not quite 70 tomorrow. Let me see. Yeah, 70 tomorrow. Ooh, it's going to be low 50. I mean, that's perfect, right? Low 50, high 70. I love it. Wednesday night, though, we're going to be in the 40s. So, yeah, that's like perfect weather. 70s and 50s. I love that weather. Sherry, it's cold here too. Minus 37 degrees. Wait, I thought you were in San Diego. It's minus 37? No. Oh, it's 37 degrees. Okay. 37 in Southern California? Aaron's saying that's a warm front coming up, then we'll bounce off and cold front tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, apparently we have warm fronts coming up and then cold fronts coming down. Cool fronts. Flannel time. Aussie, you're funny. Jenny, 1 to 2 inches each hour for the next 7 hours. 70 and sunny is perfect. Oh, you're in Oklahoma. Okay. And it's not minus. Yeah, I get it now. It was just the dash. All right. I gotcha. Okay. I gotcha. Thank you, Sherry. I hate snow, but I do want snow for Christmas Eve. Silver Fox, I'm with you. Let's see. Uzma. I hate snow, but I do want snow for... Oh, wait. Here. It's snowing hard in Massachusetts, and we're getting rain too. Yeah, we're wondering if they're going to send the jury home early. They may send them home after this. I'm with you. Was it Silver Fox? Yeah, I'm with you with that. I like snow actually between Thanksgiving and New Year's Eve. And then January 3rd, I can do without snow. I can do without snow from January 3rd on.
Oh, counsel, sorry. Noting the defense's objections and the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 79?
79, please.
That's item 3. That is, for the record, it's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now, because it's so big.
All right, so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and we've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? For number 9, you're probably the farthest away from the screen. Yeah. You all set? All right, same for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder, marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime it would be minus 4 hours, so we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit count is how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive. Then it has a string of numbers and letters, users, B. Walsh, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes. So it's going down folder wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the HistoryDB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk.
Because this is a forensic software?
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records. Mm-hmm. You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice? But
nope. It's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search. The query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body. Showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that it was done, the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record 1, to page 533, record
1980.
Let me just check it. $1981. Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that, and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 ways to dispose of a body, if you really need to, page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, and showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
That was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Yeah, does it go to the following page? Yeah, that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
The title is Tishman Speyer, Washington, D.C. Head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Speyer, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Uh,
2125, 576.
Should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot. Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last?, which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is...
Object, Judge, and just from the sidebar first.
Yes.
I wonder if in his defense he's going to say, "Look, I did these searches," right? Because there's no way a 6-year-old is going to know about DNA. They're not going to know about dismemberment. They're not going to know. They're just not going to know. Tishman Speyer. They don't even know that. So I wonder if in his defense he's going to be, all right, I didn't make these searches. I was freaking out. I was having a moment. I don't know. I don't think you can lay this on anybody's. There's not even like with Todd Mullis. At least he had 2 teenagers that were they were in hunting classes. They were getting their hunting licenses. You can kind of, and they used that, I thought, effectively to his searches. But this just doesn't. There's no way. There's just no way a 6-year-old, 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old are going to make these searches. Just not going to happen. He could say he was hacked. Yeah, Silver Fox. He could say he was hacked, I suppose. Sparkling Princess. How else you get around it? I agree. How is he going to get around this? I don't know. Lori. No way they know those words. It's not only the words, Sparkling Princess, it's also just the phrasing. Like, you may DNA, but how long does DNA last, right? I mean, how do you, yeah, Sharon, how long exactly? Sakari, he even said the 6-year-old couldn't even spell his last name, right? I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, I know what, DNA, as a 6-year-old, because your parent or whoever, works with that or works in that. But how long does DNA last? That's just to put that together, and the spelling, right?
I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
Yes. If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? Question mark.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there, or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute, and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Best ways to dispose of body parts after
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body, - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection, Judge.
You want to be heard?
Yes.
I'll see you at the
Interesting, because we heard that name before, Patrick Kearney. So here I'm going to go to my Google search. I'm going to look up Patrick Kearney, the garbage bag killer. Trash. Oh, he's a football player. I don't think that's the right one. Patrick Kearney, trash bag killer. There he is, Patrick Kearney. The freeway killer, trash bag killer, American serial who essayed and murdered a minimum of 28 young men and boys in Southern California between 62 and 77. Wow. There's a TV episode of 2024. He was born in 39. Wow. Oh, Apple TV's got Faces of Evil. All right, so if you want to watch it on Apple TV. Minimum of 28 young men and boys, Southern California, engaged in necrophilia before dismembering them. Good grief. He would frequently wrap his victims' severed limbs in trash bags and scatter them in various locations, mainly along state highways. Wait, this kind of sounds familiar. In 78, he pled guilty to 21 of those. He was sentenced to 21 consecutive life sentences. He was born in East LA, middle-class family. Jeez, wow. That's insane. And he Google, I'd never heard of this guy, but now that kind of maybe sounds a little familiar. Maybe I saw some brief clip on this. He was an engineer. He worked at Hughes Aircraft. Jeez. Most of them were transient. The victims were hitchhiking. Most of them were hitchhikers. Most of them were Latin American. Wow. So interesting. As time passed, he greatly refined his modus operandi, enabled him to carry out his crimes much more efficiently and frequently. What is wrong with people? Yeah, that's my search history. Gulp. Silver Fox, they have a couple documentaries. All right, I got to go help Aaron with the kitties. I'll be back in a sec.
So jurors, I'm going to strike that last, for the purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of Mr. Kearney, or the article being that about an individual, Mr. Kearney, that killed people and put them back. That's stricken from the record.
Looking at page 603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / wired YouTube. So it shows a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where companies can upload whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:50:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title on page 657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. It's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413.
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap, Quora?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone - Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop - Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell - Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage - Google search?
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
How to saw a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E True Crime.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670? $745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals - Brockton, MA, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mass smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace - 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so. From on the MacBook on?
On the MacBook, from January 4th at 8:03 p.m., January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so wouldn't it be 8:03?
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates. Thank you. Just want to double check. Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes. In the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522, does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. you tell me the title being looked at?
Yeah. It says, Cheating Wife Seduces Another Man to Impregnate Her, Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X-Pornhub.com.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 8/26, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 8/27, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
Yep. It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down, though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 8/28. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B in a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 8/31, if you could go to 8/31, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you. And page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best Divorce Strategies for Men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best Date to Divorce for a Man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
It's 934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
5 best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. Divorce Laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers, 891 and 934? What topic articles are being looked at?
I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
They're all showing websites regarding divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951. What is the title being looked at?
Can you scroll down a little more? There. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay Poker - Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure. Jurors, bring out for lunch?
All right, to the court, please. The notebooks. Hold it.
You may be seated. Any updates on the forecast? Is to nothing burger. Can you just take a look? So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather, and it looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it. So we don't need to be worried about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock. Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
All right, so you just heard Judge Fanier. The update on the forecast is a nothing burger. So they are going to be going forward. We weren't sure if she was going to send them home. I thought for sure they'd send them home, but I was looking at the radar and doesn't look good, but she says it's a nothing burger. I can even show you what I took a screenshot of. Oh, he's doing that. And Sparkling Princess sent us some photos. I'm going to pull those up in a second. So this was a while ago. Not a while ago, a few minutes ago. So there's denim. I mean, that's pretty gross looking to me. So they're writing denim, so they're getting slushy, nasty, yucky stuff. And again, that was a while ago. When did I take that? 12:37, so half hour ago. Not even a half hour ago. All right. Sparkling Princess. Let's get to photos. We haven't seen these in court yet, so these have not been admitted into evidence. So these are photos of him going to the Lowe's, is it? Lowe's or Home Depot, one of the two. So there he is. We know we heard that he had a black mask on, white male. I think, did they have a hat on or no, or did they just say dark hair? I forget. All right, so that's one. So there he is. Oh gosh, right. He's got a shopping cart. He's got a bucket for sure. I'm not sure what that big box that he has. Yeah, I don't know what the big box is. You're not sure what what store that was? It's either Lowe's or Home Depot, or there was a local. He went to Lowe's, I think Home Depot. Lowe's for sure. Definitely not Walmart. And then a local hardware store, like Ace maybe or something, or whatever local is there. And then here's his other one. I guess that's him checking out. $450 worth of stuff. $450 worth of stuff. All right. A mop and a wringer. Yeah, shovel, bins, mop and wringer. Oh, he bought all kinds of stuff. He bought all, and maybe a shop vac. Jenny says. Hold on. Where's my Brian Walsh. All right, trial notes. Hold on. Here it is. Okay, so this is what he bought. There was quite a few searches I didn't have on our timeline. All right, on January 1st, his first trip to Home Depot. So Home Depot for sure. After Google searches, he bought 10-pack of large trash bags, industrial grade, tarp or tarps, mop, bucket, baking soda, cleaning wipes, drop cloths, hatchet, goggles, mask, and a poncho. Paid cash, $450. Then on the 2nd, he bought more large trash bags, towels, a hacksaw, another hatchet, so that's 2 hatchets, cleaning sprays, more cloth and rags. Then, so that was Home Depot, Lowe's, and then he went to a local hardware store. On the 3rd, he bought more cleaning supplies, a Tyvek-style protective suit. So he had some kind of like cleaning suit, a rug/liner, I guess that's for the car maybe, gardening shears, and an extra tarp. Just wrong. All right, let me get to my recap, and then I'm going to grab some food. I guess they're breaking till 2. All right, so they go over his searches. I'm not going to go through all of them because we showed you quite a few of them. There were a few searches that I didn't catch. The Tishman Spire multiple searches. They objected to how long does DNA last. So Patrick Kearney, the whole trash bag, I didn't even know that one. Here's the one that I didn't know either. YouTube video, cleaning up a dead body. So January 1st at 11:41. January 1st. So let me go back to here, the timeline. So January 1st at 11:41. So let's see, 11:41. He All right, so 1134, dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. And then 1144, how to clean blood from wooden floor. And then 1141. All right, so somewhere in between this one. Oops, didn't want to do that. Oh, great. Now what? Shoot, how do I get back? Doggone it. Didn't mean to do that. Slideshow. Timeline. No, I just screwed that up. All right. I'll have to come back to that. I'm trying. Yeah, not able to. All right, we'll revisit that. We'll get back to you on that one. So let me go back to. Let me go back to here. My notes. What to get away with murder? Or how to get away with murder? Discovery Magazine. He's even searching on Discovery Magazine. January 3rd, he's searching body found at trash station. Then there's cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Yikes. And then he's on Cornhub. Well, we kind of knew about that, but the judge said she didn't care about those, yet they did come in. So pretrial hearing, she was like, I don't care about those. I don't care about those. But here they are. And then the Chase account, he was searching at 8:57 on December 27th. So, all right. I'll answer. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron found it and started. Aaron created it, and then I filled it out. So thank you for that. I'll try and get it sorted out. I clicked on the wrong button and I screwed it up. Sorry, but thank you for that. Let's see. Jenny's saying, I believe there were garden shears in the Chazzle Dazzle case where he also, there were definitely gardening shears. There was all kinds of things going on with Chaz. For sure, he had gardening shears. He had the, I guess those are the big loppers. He had the small ones. He had I think he had a saw as well, a hacksaw. Yeah, they're definitely. Oh, Aaron's saying it's the same software that Georgia used for Donna and Chuckles. That's funny. Grampy, hey, how you doing? Your heating pad, been watching since started this morning. Oh, you're in pain. Sorry to hear that. Feel better, Grampy. Sorry to hear that. Arwin, what's his explanation for dismembering the body? Don't know yet. That's why he's going to have to take the stand. The defense opened it up with their opening was like he went down. They both went upstairs after the celebrations, New Year's Eve celebration. He goes back downstairs to clean up. He comes back upstairs. Ana is non-responsive. He pokes her. She doesn't move. He pokes her again. She doesn't move. He pokes her so hard she falls out of the bed. And then what happens next is he goes through a lot of dark Google searches. That's all we know. So we're going to have to hear from him. Awesome, Potamus. Good luck with that. Yes, we need to camouflage. Thank you, Widespread, for reminding chat. Yep, we don't want to put in words that YouTube is not going to like. So misspell words, put a asterisk in, put a whatever. So thank you, Widespread, for reminding chat. Iowa Backyard says, also these Google searches makes it sound like he had quite a mess. I agree. Oh, not only the Google searches, Iowa, but him going back 3 times. Every time he went, he picked up cleaning supplies and trash bags. So it sounds like it was really, really nasty. Groovy Cheryl, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Giving some advice there to Grampy. Excuse me. All right, Sharon, go have yourself a nice nap. Sparkling Princess, someone unalived is, yep, a nudge is definitely not going to make one roll off the bed. Yeah, it was Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell. He said that she was in perimenopause, or she was having a menopausal moment, hot flash, whatever, and she kicked the sheets off of her, and she fell out of the bed, and that's how she passed away. So this sounds just as ridiculous. Jane says, how hard do you need to poke someone to get them off the bed? Definitely, definition of poke does not add up. I agree. Totally agree. Thank you, Lil Country Hood. Yes, use red rum. That's perfect. Thank you. Lori says, maybe he poked hard enough that she hit the nightstand and he panicked. That's what I'm thinking, because he searched broken teeth. Remember? That's the one that always gets me. He searched broken teeth. So maybe he pushed her, she fell off, broke her teeth, and then he panicked, and then, I mean, still, just wrong. All right, you guys, I'm going to go grab some food. I'm going to go grab some food. I'll put some music on. Kitties are all sleeping, so if they wake up, I'll get some kitty cam going. But right now, they're all kind of sleeping. But let me set up the soundtrack. I'll see you in about 40 minutes or so. All right, see you in a bit.